Team Dominator live storm chasing mode, and we've got 3 very widely separated targets. We got an enhanced risk in eastern Colorado. Those are going to blob out. Moderate risk for excessive rainfall out there as it moves into western Kansas. And then we got southern lower Michigan into northwestern Ohio, and that area has just been upgraded to a 5% tornado threat by the Storm Prediction Center, aka SPC. And we also got a 2% tornado risk down here, Tennessee into western North Carolina. We've already got a bunch of active flash flood warnings to the east of Nashville. We've got a windbag with a history of causing damage. That bow is sliding southeast toward the Nashville metro. That is what I'm going to be targeting. And also as it pushes those flash flood warnings potentially closer to flash flood emergency territory, as that bow echo may arrive in those areas that have already received 3 to 5 inches of rain. I've got no air conditioning here in the Dominator 4. I've been driving right through the heat dome, right in the middle of this thing. 105-degree temperatures outside. Phone's blowing up with excessive heat warnings, and I'm just plowing right into it with the vehicle with no AC. Staying hydrated, sweating a lot though, feeling a little bit of exhaustion at times. But now I've just moved into the cloud cover ahead of this windbag. I'm near the Dixon area of Tennessee, headed up toward Nashville. Already a severe thunderstorm warning has been extended downstream of that windbag to the north of Nashville. And it looks like that's going to come into the Nashville metro. It might even go just a little bit to the east. We're going to have Connor Croff with the Ridge Riders working that southeast lower Michigan target, including up near Detroit, Lansing to Detroit. Already a couple severe thunderstorm warnings up there. Central lower Michigan. And I think that as these storms continue to ramp up the western slopes to the southern Appalachians, I think we're going to see the flash flood potential increase even more. Gatlinburg has a flash flood warning. There's already been like 3 to 5 inches of rain in the Smoky Mountains just above Gatlinburg. Big flood waves probably already come through the Pigeon River. Pigeon Forge. Those areas are under flash flood warnings. East of Cookeville in Tennessee. Rocky Top, Tennessee. That's a bad mother effer right there. I don't know if you guys saw that northeastern North Carolina tornado yesterday. I was quoting some of the audio from one of the videos that I saw up there. That tornado was rated an EF3. So it was pretty intense. Just saw a video recently of some sub-vortices too that were spinning around that tornado. And that was definitely a big one, significant tornado. We call it a tornado of the year just because it's so meteorologically significant. An MCV, or a mesoscale convective vortex. That's the time of year that we're dealing with. These disturbances go up and over the top of the summertime ridge, and basically a decaying complex of storms will behave just like a surface low. You get a little bit of low-level spin there, increases the low-level shear just out ahead of it, and that's how you get those tornadoes. Creates very strong low-level wind shear for those storms. It's very hot, the Dominator 4, probably in the mid-90s right now. So it definitely is quite hot in here. The key to making these drives through the heat dome is to continue to hydrate. Got to keep the windows down too, because as I continue to sweat, it evaporates. But I don't recommend this to anybody unless you got the maximum toughness of a Team Dominator. You don't want to be punching through these heat domes like this. But I've been training my whole life for this. I do steams all the time, steams every few days, hot steams. And that severe thunderstorm warning includes Adams, Tennessee, Springfield, Tennessee, north of Nashville. Connor's going to be live here in about 20 minutes. I hear his windshield mount is having some issues. I think BC, Brandon Kopic, Chaser Weather, WX.net is live too. I was initially targeting that cell to the north of Dixon, but it has dropped below severe limits. And to me, it seems like this bow echo or this wind bag is probably going to be the main event for severe weather in Nashville. I was thinking that ahead of this MCV, which is over southeastern Missouri, could have a little bit of some increased low-level wind shear and maybe get an MCS tornado similar to the one yesterday in northeastern North Carolina. EF3, it was outside of the 2% tornado risk. I hear it wasn't warned initially when that tornado came through. These setups can be tough, these MCV setups. But anytime there's a mesoscale convective vortex, this time of year, you probably need to slap the tornado probability on it. Slap the tornado watch on it because it's associated with a lot of moisture this time of year, a lot of instability, low cloud bases, and a lot of low-level wind shear. You get a big low-level jet out ahead of them. Sometimes that low-level jet can even be greater than 30 knots, and you get a lot of directional shear. All the wind wants to blow toward these low pressure centers, so the atmosphere can try to achieve equilibrium. So you get a little back surface wind ahead of the MCVs. You get a lot of that. Temperature 90 degrees here in Nashville. That's leading to a lot of instability that's bubbling out ahead of this wind bag. So that's why I don't see anything that's going to stop it. There's also a lot of bulk shear. That's your 0 to 6 kilometer shear, deep layer wind shear. And when that's strong, it maintains vertical convection along the leading edge of the outflow, right along that shelf cloud. And that maintains the longevity of the squall line, the intensity, how big the winds get, the health, how healthy is the convection. So that's why I don't really see anything stopping this wind bag as it heads southeast toward the North Nashville metro. And eventually it's going to start baking into those active flash flood warnings in eastern Tennessee. Rocky Top, Tennessee. Rocky Top, you'll always be home sweet home to me. Rocky Top of Tennessee. I do think that wind bag is just going to continue to move along that differential heating boundary. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Tennessee Ridge right now too. Wind bag, but if any storms are able to go ahead of that, develop ahead of that squall line, they'll capitalize on that enhanced low-level jet and they might start rotating. Expecting a severe thunderstorm watch shortly too here for portions of Tennessee. Might even have a flash flood emergency out there. 6 inches.
Hey guys, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. It's been a second. For those of you who are new, I jump in when this happens a little bit and give you some context. So when Reed evens out again with his signal, we'll go right back to Reed, but I will give you an overview of the day. Let me give you the overview really fast. All right, so today kind of snuck up on me. So what we have is the orange areas are enhanced risk, the yellow areas are slight risk, and the green areas are marginal risk. And all those little yellow boxes that are flashing up, those are storms that are really strong. And you're seeing them move, across the Midwest down into Tennessee. And those little green triangles that you're seeing are hail detection. So there's a lot of hail on these storms. That's one thing today. And I know Reed's talking. I'm sorry, but here we go. This is the same view as you just saw, but if I go to tornado risk today, you could see that there's some in Colorado, there's some in Michigan, a 5% risk, and then a huge 2% risk. This doesn't mean there's only 5% or 2% chance of a tornado. It just means that at it means that there's a 5% chance of a tornado happening within 25 miles of a given point, which is kind of a difficult way to state it, but roughly in the 5% chance risk, the area is big enough that it is 5%. There is pretty much a 50% chance of a tornado in the 5% risk today. And in the 2% risk, geez, it's enormous, huh? It's over 300,000 miles. Stand by. Made a calculator for this. It's very high. There's going to be tornadoes today. It's pretty much an 80% chance of a risk of a tornado in the, this green area. I know you can't see all of it, but it's a huge area. Then we look at the wind probabilities, and you can see that there's big wind, and there's big hail probabilities today. So there's a lot going on today. And we look at this. We see Brandon Kopic making a stop at AutoZone. You see Reed jumping on here, and I've talked enough. Reed's talking now. See you later.
Hendersonville is probably going to get hit pretty hard by that windbag. We are in MCS season, Mesoscale convective system, headed up over top of the subtropical ridge. These MCSs are capable of producing big-time rainfall rates. That's why we're seeing the rainfall totals in those flash flood warnings that are exceeding a half a foot already this morning, just with that convection moving through eastern Tennessee. I was targeting the moderate risk for excessive rainfall that was in northwest Tennessee and southwestern Kentucky, but it looks like the flash flood potential has shifted east for today. Portions of eastern Tennessee, more hilly terrain out there too. And so that is where we're headed. We got Brian at the helm, dominating as usual. Make sure we're live. We are live, right, Brian?
Yep. You can't hear me though.
We are. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch that just got issued. Not sure why my face looks so red on this. It must be the extreme heat. The temperatures are going to start going down. I think this windbag is going to parallel that differential heating boundary that is mainly to the east of Nashville and north of Nashville, east of Nashville. Usually those windbags like to follow those gradients in surface space instability, gradients in Cape. That's where you get the greatest bulk shear that can sustain the convection too, along the squall line of these storms. You get a little bit of some accelerated low-level flow too, just ahead of these bow echoes, and that can intensify the low-level wind shear for any renegade storms that are able to develop ahead of the MCS. I was a little bit worried about going live today because of the extreme heat in the Dominator 4, but I also wanted to figure out, that just how tough we are here in Team Dominator. And we're shifting toward flash flood potential, severe weather. This is kind of that time of year where it's difficult to figure out what to chase. Do you chase an MCS or MCV? A lot of times the models aren't very predictable until the morning of, when you kind of figure out how the mesoscale convective systems are going to evolve. I was just up in the New England covering the flash flood potential up there. When I cover flash floods, I like to cover those with steep terrain. I like the water that's ripping a little bit if I do intercept them. The puddling, that's good for coverage with the drones and whatnot when you get puddling, but that's why I'm really going to be working these flash flood warnings in that Cumberland Plateau region, some of the higher terrain out east of Nashville. near Knoxville. Rocky Top probably has a flood coming down there right now. But yeah, please dominate that like button. We need all the help we can get. Usually the peak summer is kind of our quiet period for storm chasing because we're working floods. It'll be a little bit harder to cover in a live streaming sense, but Brandon Montgomery is approaching Spring City, Tennessee from Sweetwater, down from Georgia. So it'd be good to see Brandon Bird out here.
Yeah, you guys heard it, and I'm here to please reinforce if you could hit that like button. It helps us out a lot, especially towards the beginning of the stream. So it's the little thumbs up button under the video. Please hit it. Thank you.
Might get lucky like yesterday that you have 3 tornado in northeastern North Carolina. That was an EF3. I think preliminary. Could even be upgraded from there. Thinking that windbag is going to blow through Springfield, Hendersonville. I'll probably end up getting it on the east side of Nashville, but I am monitoring this convection that's developing near me. West of Clarksville is also severe. We also have the storm right in front of us, east of Dixon, headed toward Kingston Springs. It's below severe limits now, but that one intensifies. It could even be a candidate for producing a quick noodle tornado. We got a 2% risk all the way to South Carolina. Those 3 infamous words, all hazards possible. Today is probably highest near D-Town, near Detroit, southeast lower Michigan, into northwestern Ohio. Thank you to Connor Croff in BC. ChaserWX.net. That's his live stream. Resource to check out is the Weather Prediction Center, trying to get sensitive rainfall. starting to get a little bit of rain as I'm approaching these storms. The best conditions still, in terms from an EHI perspective, from Cape and low-level shear combined, is actually down into Tennessee. Here's the excessive rainfall outlook. Look at that in eastern Colorado into southwest Kansas. Probably going to get some flooding down near Dodge City, eastern Colorado. I'm surprised this region of Tennessee has not been upgraded to a moderate. Eastern Tennessee, especially realizing all the rainfall that is firing upstream right now. So there it is, moderate for excessive rainfall, eastern Colorado into western Kansas. That would basically upgrade this area to a moderate in eastern Tennessee. Flash flooding is already ongoing. Very widespread coverage of flash flood warnings. We're going to try to catch this severe storm coming into Nashville. Nashville is starting to decrease. It's 86 degrees here, getting a little closer to the differential heating boundary. We got a little bit of convective inhibition ahead of us, windbag too, and it'll kind of slide over top of that stable layer. A relatively frictionless top of the stable layer. It'll just glide right along top of that. Congestion 40 east. Expect major effing delays. I'll probably be hitting that windbag right at about that time. This is going to be a severe windbag heading southeast through north side of Nashville, eventually the east side of Nashville. Expecting some big winds, flash flood potential. Ideal scenario is we get Connor and Brandon on severe weather, a tornado up in southeast or Michigan. I get on a windbag and then a flash flood, maybe get a doodle myself. But I can already tell that these storms aren't going to quite be surface-based out here. These are going to be more elevated storms. Big flash flood potential. Yeah, I hear the Denver metro area already had around the storms this morning. Definitely exacerbate the flash flood potential. And what that really is going to do is kind of push an effective post-frontal environment through eastern Colorado. You're going to have some northerly winds this morning. It's going to feel rain cool. Then the clouds will start to break. The sun will come out. You'll start to get the instability to build. And then those surface winds will shift from north to an easterly direction. That'll enhance the bulk shear, and you'll get a period of supercell storms that'll probably develop near I-70. And you'll get another cluster, a big dominant cluster of storms that'll then bomb southeast toward western Kansas.
Hey guys, just giving you a zoom out of what's going on if you're just joining, and thank you again to Martha Chandler and Jessica Ward. You guys are huge helps to the channel. We really appreciate you being a part of Team Dominator. Thank you again. And thanks to everybody who's in the stream and hitting the like button and doing all those things. But zooming out here, so Reed is, there he is. That's his exact position. He's headed into Nashville right now. If we look at this on radar and we stop the animation, we could see that there's all these yellow boxes or severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, these are like messy storms. They don't seem like they're actually going to produce a tornado. They may. It's always possible, but this is more of what Reed was saying is a windbag event. This is very, very high winds coming through here, and flash flooding will probably be happening a lot today. So that's where Reed is. And then you heard him say Connor Croft and Brandon Kopic. They'll be chasing this target up here, sort of in southeast Michigan. So if we look at this radar up here, stand by while it loads. Stand by while it loads. There it is. So these severe storms are diving. Well, are they diving? Looks like they're headed due east, actually. One sec here. Boom. All right. This area right here, that's kind of where it looks like things are going to happen. But as you can see, there's huge warnings all over this area. So if you're in this area today, pay attention to the weather because it can get crazy, including super high winds, a lot of hail, flash flooding, and some tornado possibilities. And again, that the highest tornado possibilities are in these areas here. Anyway, back to Reed.
We got a severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued for Nashville. I'm also on a storm here in Kingston. Has been added in southeastern Colorado in that post-frontal environment. Rocky Top, you'll always be home sweet home to me. Rocky Top, Tennessee.
All right, going through a little rough area here, but I will try to answer a few questions in chat. There's a lot of people in these areas. So they're wondering, is this place going to be okay? Is this place going to be okay? We don't ultimately know really, but the forecasts are saying to pay attention to the weather. And so, you can definitely feel free to watch our stream, but also have, another source of weather information today when you have it. because as you can see, sometimes our chasers go out of coverage areas for a moment. Sometimes they are singing. But anyway, that's where Reed will be, right in this area here. And again, Connor and Brandon Kopic will be up there. And there is that 5%. Let me draw on this thing. Here, let's do this actually. I like this better. Stand by 1 sec, guys. No, this isn't. This is the best place to look. You can look at this 5% risk. We have a bunch of people in chat in Michigan. So yeah, this is something you definitely need to pay attention to today. You don't need to freak out about it or anything, but it's just, stay weather aware, as they say. And in terms of like high winds today, yeah, there's going to be high winds in this area here where Reed is as well, and out in Colorado here. And then this is the hail. So you can see Southeast Michigan's going to have probably a lot of action in a little while. Southeast Michigan, obviously, Ohio. And so pay attention. Let's see here. This is, you can see here, this is Reed's position. And this is where Connor is right now. He's just taking care of a few things. But if we zoom in, we see that line of storms kind of headed towards him here. So he's in position. He's west of Detroit. So let's see a little bit more on this one here. Whoops, Reed is back. But thanks again to Jessica and Martha, and welcome new members. Thank you, Lisa McClendon. Gifting memberships. Wonderful gift. So with memberships, to you guys who are new members, a lot of people don't even realize that. You get access to all sorts of fun new emojis, and then you could also see Reed's members-only live streams, which, the other day did a bit yesterday. Did kind of a Q&A, but it's usually a lot of like his forecasts for the day, his like special sauce of how he's the best guy to do it. Oh, he's back.
Storm here to the west of Nashville. Traffic coming to a screeching halt for some reason. To south of Kingston Springs. Storm does have a little bit of a hook on radar. I was wondering if one of these renegades were going to be able to develop ahead of the MCS, Mesoscale convective system, or windbag that's heading into Nashville. It's been an accident up here, folks. Maybe a slight hydroplane right in the core of that supercell. Not sure what that was. Folks seems to try to be giving it its act together south of Kingston Springs.
So just reiterating what Reed was just saying there, that there are very high winds. When Reed says windbag, it's very high winds. And people are like, high winds. We had high winds come through Austin here about 3 weeks ago, and there were trees down everywhere, and it was a big problem. But anyway, this is there are going to be higher winds in Nashville, but it sounds like Reed is saying, that the brunt of it, Hendersonville is going to get hit with the brunt of it, as well as Lebanon. So if you know people in there, if you know people in the Nashville area, you'd share the stream with them and show them that we're on it firsthand. And, we show the radar and all that good stuff like that. So anyway, Reed where is he right at the moment here? Let me get the latest position on him. He is right there. So he is closing in fast, and back to him.
It's going to get rocked by this. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, nickel-sized hail. Storm is moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. Damage expected to mobile homes, roofs, outbuildings.
Guys, so this is kind of a look at the winds. This is a radar feed called Velocity, and it shows the intensity of winds relative to the tornado. So all this green is headed towards first right here. See that little hole right there? That's the radar. So all this wind is going towards the radar, and this wind is moving away from the radar. But you see right there, it's really intense and heading into Hendersonville right now.
Educational content where we break down photographs, QTs, talk about the latest storm chasing community, latest technologies too. And we're kind of turning the whole team dominator thing into this beautiful storm chasing university. Community. All trying to get better at chasing, trying to get ground reports, immersive coverage on these things. And today we're bringing in Croff from the Ridge Riders, Brandon Coppin from ChaserWX.net. We're going to be covering the Michigan target. We don't have anybody to cover the Southeast Colorado target, but we're going to break that down remotely too, so I'll be keeping an eye on it. This windbag is really expanding as it's moving through Hendersonville. If I can beat this to Lebanon, you're going to see some serious wind. Major wind. 13 miles from Nashville, and then I'm headed east to Nashville. And then we'll go for the apex of the bow. You can line up the apex of that bow, that's the key. That point, right at the point of the bow echo, that's where you get the strongest winds. You get a rear inflow jet in there, 70, 80 miles an hour. Branches coming down, warm rain processes, flat floods in its wake. And it's moving into an area that already received a lot of rainfall earlier today. There's already active flat flood warnings, greater than 6 inches of rainfall in spots up there. we got heavy rain and the temperature's 80 degrees. That kind of shows you the moisture that's in place just in the northeast quadrant of the summertime ridge. Coming into the winter. Should have a little bit of clearing. This thing wants me to take a loop around the south side of Nashville. 440 loop. South side of Nashville on the 440. Could always peel off and go southeast if I can't catch the apex. Should be able to catch it. It's moving southeast at 45. I'm moving east northeast at 60. Probably shouldn't have even gotten Mickey D's. She had a silk crack for the less severe weather when I was chasing with Captain Vanover out there in Colorado. Then I went up to New England, got a rental car, and then chased the floods up there. Believe it or not, they rented me a BMW. Hendersonville is getting hammered right now with that storm. Look at that leading edge. He's trying to grab onto that outflow boundary even, I think. It might even be tough for me to get that. I'm trying to get it before it gets to Lebanon. Lebanon, Tennessee. Wouldn't even be surprised to see a tornado warning issued for that. You can see the outflow boundary from the previous convection that is trying to ride along. Site now at Green Hill. Things going berserk. Very difficult to chase. right over the radar sign at Green Hill. I'm in Nashville, about to go around the South Loop. Basically need to be in Lebanon right now. There's a serious severe storm moving from Hendersonville down to Lebanon, Tennessee, just east of Nashville. Wouldn't be surprised to see some 80-mile-an-hour winds out of this. I'm in Nashville, about to go around the South Loop. And I think this is probably going to prompt maybe even a tornado warning. The dark sky. Open the windows. Stay cool. Shelf. 3 miles. It's headed toward Lebanon, eastern Tennessee. You're looking at the gust front. The core of it is going to hit Lebanon. Severe thunderstorm warning does include downtown Nashville, but especially to the east of Nashville too. Coming into West Nashville now.
So you heard Reed say that whale's mouth, it's outflow. So that means that, you see those little like, I don't know, it's not a smooth cloud up there. There's all those like little lowerings and all that, those light coming in. That's a whale's mouth. And that's, yeah, it's a lot of wind. It's basically something that happens with cold winds. It's, I don't know. Reed's better at this than I am.
Oh, yeah. Nice wind. Needed to really beat this shelf to get through here to beat it to Lebanon. There it is. We're going to take the 440 loop around the south side of Nashville here and see if we can catch that gust front again. There's downtown. Gust front just came through downtown. Needs a severe thunderstorm warning, that's for sure. Big time MCS coming in. Severe thunderstorm warning coming in back behind too. Big gust front just came through Nashville. We're on it. The gust front is the leading edge of outflow. Big surging, strong winds, and you're looking at that leading edge. So prompted the severe thunderstorm warning here in Nashville. Gust front. We're getting a lot of changes in relative humidity here. You can see the windows fogging up. Just trying to keep pace with this gust front. There it is. See that arch shape aloft. That's it. Right along the leading edge of this severe storm going through Nashville. You gotta be kidding me, 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 you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me, 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 you gotta be kidding me. 440 eastbound. East toward downtown. Strongest winds are going to be east of Nashville. Up toward Lebanon. You're about to get rocked in Lebanon. New severe thunderstorm warning coming soon. Look at that gust front. Thunderstorm warning. Oh yeah, there it is. You're looking at that storm right in front of us, the big core on the east side of Nashville. It's coming into Lebanon. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. It'll probably beat me to Lebanon. There's downtown Nashville, looking north. Big rain coming in. Flash flood threat is a little bit higher to the east of Nashville. A little more terrain. They had a lot more rain too this morning. Traffic's just going to kill my ability to get to this storm in Lebanon, but I'm right on the ass end of it. Storms erupting in lower Michigan too.
Yes, I'll jump in here for a second here. If we could look at this, guys. So this is the storm system. This is different from discrete supercells are storms that are by themselves. This, as you can see, is just a bunch of, it's a big old mess basically, and they call this a bow echo because it kind of bows. This one is kind of a recurve bow a little bit, but it is a bow. And you can see, well, it's kind of like two bows. There's one right there, one right there. And Lebanon is about to get hit. You could just see this yellow box here. This was just issued. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning. And if we look at what it says, you can see right here. And this is what Reed was just looking at. This is a destructive storm for the Mount Juliet and Lebanon areas. 80 mile per hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter, etc. So if you're in the area, do take notice. Do get ready to go to shelter. Reed did say he wouldn't be surprised if there was a tornado warning for this storm a little bit before. Things might have changed, but not saying anything to freak anybody out, but it is a possibility. If we look over here too, this is the other problem today. Actually, it's a little bit easier to see on this software for you guys. Stand by 1 second. Okay. So we'll switch to this software. This is where we are. This is what we're just looking at. But if we look to the east, we have all these green boxes here, and that's flash flood warnings. And there's going to be a lot of green boxes today. And as you know, flash flooding is one of the more dangerous and destructive things. Everybody thinks about tornadoes and they should, but also flash flooding is nothing to sleep on. And there's going to be a lot today, especially if you see one of these storms just kind of sit in place for a while. That's bad because then it's just dumping water all in one place. If it's moving kind of quickly, if it's moving like 60 miles an hour or so, then it's not really a problem. These are moving at 43 miles an hour, apparently. But anyway, head on a swivel. I'm also working on some behind the scenes tech issues here, but we're moving along. Reed is on it, and back to him.
Lebanon, Tennessee, get away from windows. Moving in right now, especially south of Lebanon. Sparta to Dog Cove, getting into the flash flood warnings next. Rainfall total started to exceed 3 inches down Sparta to Gulf Cove. Monterey has 4 to 6. Storm total. New severe thunderstorm warning down east of Chattanooga. Severe thunderstorm warning too includes Nashville or west of Nashville. You're gonna probably see traffic just completely slow down here. Right behind that destructive severe storm that's coming into Lebanon. And a lot of rain filling in the Nashville area, a lot of traffic. Probably just going to be brutal, and eventually I'll have to peel off that storm to get on the severe flash flood warning, which I think is inevitable for Sparta to Dog Cove. Now to Lebanon. 80 mile an hour winds in town right now. Big heavy rain too. Severe thunderstorm warning downtown Nashville, east of Nashville. The strongest winds are out near Lebanon right now. Slow down, Tennessee. Nashville Airport, the International Airport, BNA out there. Off to the right. Whoa! Dangerous roads out here. Potentially destructive severe thunderstorm warning just came over my phone. I'm finally in it. Although the destructive portion is up near Lebanon. Also, southeast of Rural Hill is getting some big wind on that thing. Major traffic slowdowns here on I-40 already. Getting a lot of big problems with flash flooding. City being an issue. Crossville to Spring City as this next round comes through for flash flooding. Lebanon, those big winds just came through. You can see the traffic starts to slow down here on I-40 eastbound.
See some people in chat wondering where Reed is, and he is right there, right in the middle of this. He's just to the east of Nashville now, and he's headed towards Lebanon right here. And so he's going to be able to catch up with this, and we'll be on it in a second. We also have, again, we have a chaser, Connor, Croff, and Brandon Kopic. They're up here. So you see this line of storms is about to hit. Working on getting Connor's feed up. We're having a problem with it, but this happens. It'll be fine. It just takes a few minutes with handoff. So anyway, we have that coming for you shortly. And again, this is the action zone right now.
Nashville. This is from the Weather Prediction Center. That's your excessive rainfall flash flood threat will continue.
Right. So Reed is he's going through a bit of a rough area here, but he'll be out of it in a second. Again, we're on this storm that is well, it's kind of a line of storms, an MCS, as you might see in chat, which means a mesoscale convective system, which means a whole bunch of storms kind of in a line. Moving along. So it's mesoscale convective system, MCS. That's what this is now. And it's just bombing southeast, as you can see. It's past Lebanon now. It's Gordonville. I wonder if this thing has picked up speed, actually. It seems to have. Yeah, we'll see when the next severe warning box gets issued, which one probably will, if this thing has picked up speed, because it kind of seems like it has. Let's see. Here again, this is Reed's position right here. And then here's the front of that MCS, that mesoscale convective system. And it's right there. So he's going through it right now. Once he gets clear of it, these are also moving. Let's see. So this one's a little harder for you guys to see. But if you look at these stitch marks that are all over, this shows you kind of the speed of the storm. I mean, actually, where it's going to be. Stand by, sorry, guys. So it shows where it's going to be shortly. So this means this is where this storm is. This is where it'll be in 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and 1 hour from now. And you could see this storm. This is where was, and this is where it's going to be in 15 minutes. So this storm is moving pretty fast. This storm, the hash marks are kind of slower. So it's very likely that this storm is going to run, or this system is going to run into this bunch of storms too and make a further mess. So yeah, it's a big old mess right now. Yeah, people are saying it seems strange that Tornado Alley passes through Tennessee. Well, I was looking at. Actually, I want to show this off. This is really cool. While we have a second here, sorry, guys. No, this isn't the most exciting thing to look at, but Reed will be back in 1 sec. But I want to show you this really quick. So this is the number of tornadoes per state. Okay, and this is January 20. Blah, blah, blah. By state, tornadoes. Look at this right here. Illinois, 119 tornadoes. That is wild. And especially if you look at like Oklahoma, it had 47 so far this year. Texas had 78, but Texas is huge. You know, so if you think about the size of Illinois too, that is pretty wild. Here we go. Come on, Reed. He's coming back now. But anyway, I saw that the other day. I found that pretty shocking. Nothing in Connecticut this year.
intake of fluid. We're going to work those creeks, work those drainages, and that's where we're going to be targeting the flash flood potential. Sounds like there are some issues with Connor's stream. Hopefully that can get up running again. Get BC going. We definitely got that convective line that's moving into southeast lower Michigan up there. Difficult driving here east of Nashville. Limited visibility, some heavy rain, hydroplaning happening. Right on the backside there. Destructive, severe weather. hydroplaning. This is I-40 is really dangerous for hydroplaning.
Hey guys, just jumping in, showing you two things here. Number one, so we got Brandon up there. I'm keeping an eye on him because he's kind of targeting a bit of a tornado threat up there, as well as Connor. Connor and I are trying to work through some technical issues, but you can see Brandon is that way, and he's Reed's talking.
Flash flood warnings off to the east, Crossville, down through Spring City.
Okay, as I was saying, keeping an eye on Brandon up there as he closes in on the storm system. You can see Reed is further to the south. Connor and I will continue to figure out his situation. But one sec, let's go to Brandon for just one moment.
That one has my attention. We'll see if it ends up keeping its act together as it continues to go further east. What we really need to watch from these storms is if they're able to maintain a discrete nature. Commonly what you see, which I just got the text about the severe thunderstorm watch as well from the Weather Service, commonly what you see evolve in these types of events is this just turns into one huge line and like all the updrafts congeal together. That's actually not happening with this event right now. What actually is happening is these storms are trying to remain as discrete storms within a bigger line. So that is concerning because that definitely is going to increase tornado potential. But overall, today's tornado potential really is not all that high. It's worth noting, but it's not going to be a widespread outbreak.
So there you go. Perfect update there from Brandon Kopic. Great chaser. He's in the description, as well as this map here, which lets you see where storm chasers are live. And if you're a chaser yourself, it's great for tracking your position, and you could stream on it and tweet out warnings easily from there. It's called Highways and Hailstones, and that's also in our description here. Looking at this, you could see this gigantic red area here. This is now, with this software program, see these little arrows here? You could click on it and it shows you the storm track. But when a storm gets so broad, and into a line of storms, it just kind of gives one of these. It's like this whole area is warned for pretty much a wall of wind. And, that's Alexandria, Dowelltown, Woodbury, Smithville, Morrison, McMinnville, Spencer, and Palmer. And so Reed is, let's get an update on his position exactly here. See if he's getting to the front of this. Yeah, he's making progress. He's getting through it. The rain's going to get even crazier. And then he's going to get out ahead and probably just in time for this storm to run into these storms. So yeah, we're going to be in a lot of rain with Reed. But then we also have Brandon, and eventually we'll get Connor's feed up. For what he was saying is that possible tornado threats today. So this is, let me show you that a little bit more. This is the area that Connor and Brandon are chasing, and you could see that it's a very well organized line, and you were hearing him say, come on guys, there we go. You were hearing him say that, you know, these are discrete supercells. That means they're kind of by themselves. They're staying separate from each other, which does make them actually a bit more dangerous than when they're all together. When they're all together, they interfere with each other. They don't really let each other get organized, but when they're all discrete, they're free to get more intense.
I'm closing in on Cookville, getting into eastern Tennessee. Severe thunderstorms continue to look pretty good in southeast lower Michigan. Severe thunderstorm warning to the southwest of Etowah right now. That one's closing in on the North Carolina border, west of Smokemont, near Murphy. I think we're going to start to see a lot of these storms begin to trigger flash flood warnings from Smithville to Sparta, down to Dog Cove. Probably when I'm in the Monterey area, I may have to drop south. Shifting to full-blown flood mode. We got Brandon Bird too, that's in Spring City, scouting out some floods in advance. From like 105 degrees, now the temperature is 70 here to the east of Nashville. I think that convective line is going to continue to sag off to the south and eventually start training over the Chattanooga area. Those flash flood warnings continue out near Cookville. Not for much longer, but I wonder if they're going to be extended out there with more heavy rain moving into the region. Big blob. When individual storms start to cluster together, they become a mesoscale convective system, or an MCS. That's called brewing up scale. When you're going from the storm scale up to the mesoscale, individual storms start to congeal together. And then the threat often shifts toward damaging wind, flash flooding. And then the MCS will kind of poof out and weaken, and it'll leave behind some spin from diabatic heating release. And that spin becomes an MCV, or a mesoscale convective vortex. And that's what created that tornado yesterday, that EF3 up near Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Just created big time low-level jet out ahead of it. Bang, turned into quite a ripper. EF3 tornado out there. Yeah, we're probably going to be a non-stop severe thunderstorm warning here, east-southeast of Nashville. Lebanon area. starting to get into the hills here, the Cumberland Plateau, and that's when I expect there to be some decent flash flooding too. Eventually I'm going to have to drop south of I-40 into southeastern Tennessee to get into some of those. Continue headed east, work that Cookville area, and then I'm going to drop south of the hardest hit areas. You got to look for where those thunderstorms are training over the same area. Might end up down near Dog Cove Dispenser as well. Exit 254 here. Looks like down Spencer, Dog Cove area is just getting rocked by very heavy rain. I expect some new flash flood warnings to come out shortly down there. Dog Cove area is just getting hammered. Be shocked that Dog Cove is not big flooding happening. Discreet, Dog Cove. Shifting into full-blown flash flood mode off the Cumberland Plateau here. Got a little bit of terrain, a lot more velocity to the flash floods. And we do have those severe thunderstorm warnings going on in southeast lower Michigan. UMD out there that includes Z-Town, Detroit. We got Connor and BC up there. Maybe some renegades can try to develop out ahead of that line. That's what you're going to need. See some renegades up near Flint and Lapeer. To the home of my good friend Jason LaHoughton up there in Lapeer. Some renegade storms are trying to develop. Oh, nice work, ass. Toolbox. You gotta be freaking kidding me with that. That's out there. Mesoscale discussion. Watch is likely. A couple tornadoes are expected into the evening. Mid-level westerly, sampled by the regional VWP vertical wind profiler. Top sheltered east-southeasterly flow. These are the big words. Kind of capped, if you will. Storms are beginning to initiate. Off the Palmer Divide in Colorado, south of Denver. Likely go severe. Also got a flash flood warning west of Fort Collins right now for that Cameron peak fire burn scar. That thing rips big debris flows down it. Remember there was loss of life last summer. Just checking the river back there to see if there's some good flow. Not a ton of flow down there. 6 days out here. Southwest of Elizabeth, looks like some decent storms could come off the Palmer Divide in eastern Colorado. I'm working the flood threat on the back side of this major flood threat, but Dog Cove looks like it's going to get rocked. Lost Creek. As that final wave moves through. A lot of heavy rain moving into Dog Cove. Spring City too, still getting that very heavy rain. Looks like the heavy rain is intensifying off to the north too. Another area of heavy precip coming into the Livingston area. Maybe I should just head up there, Livingston, Tennessee. Jamestown, wow. Yes, sir, Brandon, go after that storm south of Etowah. Brandon Bird is in the house. It's on the south side of the MCV down there, near the Georgia-Tennessee border, south of Etowah. Might even be in far western North Carolina. And that thing's going to keep dropping southeast. Rotation could continue to increase, and that could even develop a tornado threat as it's headed that way. Fork River's looking. The big rivers don't have a ton of flow. It's the creeks that we're really watching for now. I have to go take a leak here at this. Flooding tag. Life-threatening flash flooding up near Jamestown, Tennessee. 5 to 7 inches of rain and more is on the way. Right on the western slope of the Cumberland Plateau there. Numerous reports of washed out roads already. Heavy rain is moving into that area. I've already 8 to 9 inches of rain. That's getting them over the top. A flash flood emergency issued for that area. It's right on the western slope of the Cumberland Plateau up there. Some locations included in the life-threatening flash flood: Livingston, Jamestown, Crawford, Grimsley, and Clark Range. It's like an accident up here.
All right, you see Reed's running into, excuse me, traffic and some signal issues, but you can see Brandon, who's up north on this line of storms here. He's riding along. So we may, I think I'm going to switch to him for a few minutes, see what's going on up there, get the latest from Brandon, and then we'll be returning to traffic if you like. So we'll head up there in a second and just one other announcement here. Let's see if I can do this. Switching really fast. Nope. Over here. So this is the Never Stop Chasing store. It is almost open. By popular demand. Got a lot of stuff in it, including, of course, Never Stop Chasing t-shirts and a bunch of other stuff. Got some throwback stuff, bunch of stickers, all that fun business. So look out for that in the next few days. It's finally almost up.
Why are they warning everything for a 2-inch hail? Excuse me. So, the storms just to our north have gone severe warned, including Hillsdale County. Currently, that is not my current target, like I said, I'm showing you guys. The storm just to our north in Hillsdale County is now severe warning. We could go intercept it, but yeah, I don't know why they did 2 warnings on the storm. But, with that being said, this one southeast to South Bend is really what has my interest right now because it's got the best area of rotation in it. It is starting to indicate there's an area of low-level rotation southeast to South Bend right now. It's not strong, definitely not for tornado warning yet, but definitely interesting to see. So, and thank you guys all for the bless yous. But I'm going to watch that one to our north for a bit as well, in case that one tries to get any sort of low-level rotation, given that is in the 13 ABC viewing area now, entering Hillsdale County. But right now, I'm not really all that intrigued by it, given the environment it is in, and the overall structure of the storm really isn't all that conducive for tornadoes. But I will be watching it closely. That way, if it does, I can blast back towards it. That storm near South Bend is really the one that I'm interested in. Thank you guys all once again for tuning in and smooshing that like and subscribe button.
And yep, Jamestown area. Dog Cove finally went warned right here.
Increase. We could see a tornado warning coming with that. The cell going through South Bend is going to make it to the area, yes. Rotating wall cloud has now been reported on the South Bend storm. Rotating wall cloud has now been reported. We're probably about 45-ish minutes from intercepting that storm. Lord willing, we'll get there in time. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in and smooshing that like and subscribe button. Oh yeah, guys, big time low-level rotation increase now on that storm near South Bend. Big time area of low-level shears increasing on this. This thing may try to produce a tornado soon. So be ready, guys. It's not tight right now, but it's getting there. So be prepared if a tornado warning is issued southeast of South Bend, southwest of Elkhart, Goshen. We will be there here very, very soon. Probably about a half hour, 45 minutes. But that is our target storm. watching that thing closely, without a doubt. Carolyn, a big old move for you. Thank you so much for your Cash App donation.
I'm going to show you guys what Brandon was just talking about. He was talking about a South Bend storm. This is that storm. So this is obviously it's two images here, but it helps us to see things a bit closer. So Brandon is closing in on this storm right here, and you can see that it's got a hook to it. And if I go here, you can see that it is rotating a bit, as he was saying. Or this. Wait. Boom. Yeah, it's kind of rotating a bit because these winds are going this way, these winds are going that way. The red and the green. Let's go back to Reed.
We're going, but I don't want to upset anybody. And thankfully, let me go on my way, and then I got pulled over again 3 minutes after that. Told him, hey, I just got pulled over like 3 minutes ago for the same thing. And then he let me go, and I filled my pants. Slept 6-8 hours last night, and now I'm back rocking flash flood mode once again. I smell some funny business. Back riding again. In 30 miles, I'm going to cut north toward that life-threatening tag flash flood warning. Flood mode. Connor and BC, Brandon Kopic are live there in southeastern Michigan ahead of that convective line that's approaching Detroit. You may remember that tornado over the Detroit River some time ago. We were working the high plains, I think in Clovis, New Mexico, day in after day out. That tornado ended up hitting the Detroit River. What a legendary storm season it's been from late February until now. Just mass chaos. Incredible persistence of the storms. Round after round after round. Great Plains, high plains. The Great Plains are alive, that's for sure. Now we're transitioning to this MCS season, MCVs. And then you get a big time tornado yesterday in northeastern North Carolina. You have 3 that happened up there. I think that's a preliminary rating. I wouldn't be surprised if it even gets rated a little bit higher. But yeah, this rain that's coming into the Jamestown area, Clark Range to Jamestown, is going to be a big time problem. We're going to need to reissue the hell out of that flash flood warning. Yeah, Clark Range is included in that life-threatening tag. Rivers are only going to get higher. Automated gauges also show some big rain. It is possible that northern edge of the bow could pivot and lead to more of a fire hose situation coming into Jamestown. Brandon Bird is up headed that way. We're going to meet in that location. He's been down here in the southeast for a while. Great chaser. About hydroplaning on these Tennessee roads. I-40 is intense. I'm 15 miles from Cookville now, almost to the Buc-ee's. And I'm headed up into that flash flood, life-threatening tag on it. Everybody say hi to my mom. Say hi to Gizmo. Gizmo's watching this stream. Thunderstorms stretch from almost to Bad Axe, south of Bad Axe, Sarnia, all the way to Elkhart, Indiana. Nice convective line that's moving that way too. It's sliding southeast toward northern Ohio. Ranger members, welcome. We are in the flood threat right now, in the flood zone. Thanks to Dirt Crossville. I may or may not go to Bucky's. I might just have to catch this flood.
So jumping in for a second here, and this is what Reed was talking about. There's Jamestown up here, and this green box is a flash flood warning. And this flash flood warning has a life-threatening tag to it. As you heard Reed say, life-threatening flash floods, thunderstorms producing flash flooding, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. So if you're in this area, definitely heed that warning. Don't drive into, flood waters. There's a lot that can go wrong. So just don't chance it. Just turn around, don't drown, as they say. And we also are paying attention up here to this storm that's by South Bend. And it doesn't look like it's tightening up really, but we're keeping an eye on it. Let's go to Brandon Kopic for a moment.
Nothing going on in Ann Arbor right now, Annie. Maybe a severe thunderstorm soon, but nothing tornadic. Something of somebody's. Part of their... Oh, they got flats from it. Well, let's hope I don't.
To be safe out here around the flash floods. I told him, hey, I'm the second most experienced flood chaser on the planet, probably behind David Rankin. And I was taught by David Rankin how to chase these, how to be safe around flash floods. So I said, you guys need to be safe. risk area. You guys need to be safe. If it's a little concerned about safety, they can find themselves in a life-threatening situation. Maybe don't have the experience to get out of it. I know you guys are watching. Aaron and Logan would love to have you guys stream with us here at the Never Stop Chasing Network. They're chasing southeastern Colorado, Brian, but I told them it takes a little bit to get set up, obviously, with the app and everything. Calculated.
What in the world was that? It was like I don't know if it was a luggage carrier or what, but it was something big, and I just smoked it. So I'm gonna go check on these people real quick. But yeah, we'll talk to you in a bit here. All right, see ya. Bye. All right, guys, stand by with me for a second here.
Southeast Michigan right now. south, but I'm not going to. That is the road up to Livingston, isn't it? Going to Jamestown. Jamestown's getting rocked right now. Jamestown to the Lark. To extend that flash flood warning. Just north of Clark Range. Miles and ahead at north toward the life-threatening flash flood. Terrain on the Cumberland Plateau up ahead of me. And that heavy rain is now moving into the area hammered there south of Jamestown. Probably going to see the flooding, flash flooding ahead. That's the terrain orographic lift. So all this MCS is just slamming into the western slope of the Appalachians. Jamestown right now is getting the peak rainfall. Good idea, Ginger. Get out there, start checking out that flooding. Remember, turn around, don't drown. Puddling here still from the late morning into early afternoon rainfall. And the next round is coming in and it should shift it just over the edge. This is extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer chasing a big windbag with flash flood potential in Tennessee. Just came through Nashville, and now I'm peeling off to the north to intercept a life-threatening tag flash flood warning near Jamestown. It looks like another batch of rain. They're going to be approaching double-digit rainfall totals, 7 to 10 inches of rain. Already numerous reports of road washouts, and I think that the big flood is going to be happening as this final batch of rainfall moves through. Will likely put it over double-digit rainfall for just today, and that could take this life-threatening tag flash flood warning up to a flash flood emergency. Stay tuned. Exit 301, I'm going to take 70 north toward Monterey.
Just a quick reminder that storm chasers are good people. If you look at Brandon up here, he's helping some folks at the roadside get their, I think they lost luggage. They did, something happened. Anyway, that's a live look of Brandon giving help. It's a good guy. You should follow him.
Decent signal. Incredibly. Yeah, I see that flood warning in Lebanon now. Hickman. Let's see. .8 miles. Almost there. Lebanon. I forgot. It's pronounced Lebanon. Not Lebanon. Lebanon. How do I say Lebanon? Lebanon. Lebanon. Thank you. You know, in Michigan, we do pronounce things weird too. Even Oklahoma, push the Baja. Coming into the fog, heavier rain as you can see. Life-threatening flash flood potential is ahead. Getting into the fog, banked up against the Cumberland Plateau here. We have to get gas at this exit. At the top of this shell right off the exit. Get some gas and then punch it right up to the life-threatening flash flood. Oh yeah, good lightning cell. I don't know if you saw that. Good lightning coming through the worse.
All right, I'll jump in here while Reed is refueling and while the signal's not amazing. Brandon is still helping people on the roadside, and the storms are moving towards him. Looks like he might actually be starting to move out shortly here. So remember, we're in two areas. This is where Reed is, and all this green, this is all flash flooding. Reed is right here. So he's up to the east of Cookville, northwest of Crossville. So he is right here, right in the middle of all these. Sorry, he is right here, right in the middle of all these flash flooding warning boxes and life-threatening flash flooding boxes that are happening. So that's where Reed is. He's down here in all this mess. And then we have Brandon Kopic is up here. Let me change to this, actually. So this is where Reed is, and Brandon is up here. And nope, he is still helping somebody change a tire, it looks like. But this is the northern mode. This is what's going on to the north. This whole line of storms going through. No tornado warnings that I've seen yet, either up here or down here. Where'd the flash flood warning boxes go? There they are. So yeah, we have two things that are both kind of messy and strange, but that's this time of year. That's what happens this time of year. As Reed was saying, it tends to turn into these big blobby systems at this point in the year. And that's what we've got. And I was pretty interested in, let me see if I could just share this. One sec. Pretty interested about whatever place got the most tornadoes here. You know, it's either think about this or look at that or watch a guy change a tire. It's not as interesting as you thought. Let me see if I could actually bring this up. Give me one sec. Okay. So this is, as I mentioned before, Illinois, this is the amount of tornadoes. So I took this from the SPC's website. This is just updated. So this is Illinois, the 119 tornadoes this year. Next is Alabama. Next is Texas, Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri. What's the difference between Missouri and Mississippi? No. Mississippi. Missouri? All right. Mississippi. So you can see a bunch of them with, in the middle of the pack, but just how far ahead Illinois is. and Alabama are on the tornado count for the year is pretty outrageous. Let's see. What else do we have? We're looking at windy here to see any patterns. And nothing too obvious. Let's go back here. And the flash flood warning boxes. Let's see what the latest are on these boxes. Does this one have the life-threatening? So this box here, 4 to 6 inches. This box right here, this is the life-threatening one right here. This is the life-threatening flash flood warning box. As much as 5 and 7 inches of rain have fallen. Flash flooding is already occurring in the warned area and within the Obey River Basin. Wonder what's happening. I wonder if Reed's just getting nailed with rain right there, and that's what we're saying. Or if the window's just fogging up. Somebody's asking my shirt. This is one of the new Team Dominator shirts. Rochelle. That you can get on the store once it's open. And people were also asking about international shipping and things like that. All that stuff. So this is the store. Sorry, I know you're here for weather, but we have this happening right now. So international shipping, we have to figure that out. I figured it was just a switch you turn on. It's not. There's a lot to it. So international shipping, not right away, probably not for a little bit. We have to figure out just shipping in the United States first, to be totally honest. But this will be the store. We see Reed trying to come back here, but he's just in a tough area. And there's a lot of stuff for kids too. Working on that. Oh, but I know the number one thing here though. This absolutely dominating this diaper. That'll go big. Back to Reed.
Going to flash flood mode. Life-threatening tag was on it. Might have taken that off. Here we go. Definitely did have another batch of heavy rain. Yeah, it looks like another batch is coming in on the north side of that flash flood warning up near Jamestown. The life-threatening flash flood of creek streams, highway streets, overpasses. Big flash flood warning up there. Life-threatening continues. Looks like Detroit now has those severe thunderstorm warnings. Tornado warning now, Colorado Springs. West side of Colorado Springs. Banked up against the mountains. That thing could lead to some flooding. Ooh, there's some flooding on the left. Green Mountain Falls, tornado warning, west of Colorado Springs.
Alright guys, so we're going to go south on 69 here. Oh, let's see what this thing's looking like on radar just to our south. No little inflow. But thank you guys all so much for your donations. Donna, Jesus Disciple, B, a big old move for you guys. And of course, Brian, a big old move for you. Thank you guys all for your support as always. Storm heading towards Colorado Springs, my goodness. Alright, so we're going to go south here, guys. Gonna go south. Thank you so much, Diana. Sorry. Diana, Velda, Margaret, Amber, all a big old move for you guys. Thank you so much for your donations. So we're at about 160 right now. 160 of our goal. Alright, so we're going to go south on 69 here, guys. South on 69. Brian, a big old move for you. Thank you so much for your super chat. Probably going to head down towards Kendallville right now. That's probably our best bet. I'm sure this thing has some beautiful structure on it. Just very hard to see it given the proximity to radar right now. Yeah, there were like 3 cars. I think there's 3 or 4 cars up there that we were stopping with that ran over. It was a bike in the roadway. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, somebody's bike fell off their car or something like that, and then everybody ran it over. There were 3 separate cars that got flats there. I was like, my goodness. Here comes the rain. Getting very hard to really tell what the storm's looking like due to its proximity to the radar, but we are headed southbound out of the Fremont, Indiana area. So we're punching through the core of this little storm real quick. We continue south. Go all the way down to the Waterloo exit. Go down to Waterloo. We'll sit here. I'm sure there's some beautiful structure on this storm at the very least. But thank you guys all so much for smooshing that like and subscribe button. Everything you guys continue to do to support the channel. Thank you so much. I really wish it wasn't so close to the radar, but we'll see as it gets closer. Looks like Corey decided to keep blasting east. I think he's concerned about how things are going to interact with the lake over there. But as you guys can see, we have the anvil right in front of us from this severe-borne storm. Autumn Allen, a big old move for you. Thank you so much for your, PayPal donation. Sorry.
We're about
The only problem is they're running into the radar, so we can't see. So. We do have the storm behind us, which is looking good. It's now indicating a 1-inch hail core on it, too. If that gets its act together as it approaches the state line, I may go east a little bit. May just meander east a smidge. Brian, as always, a big old moo for you, buddy. Thank you so much for your PayPal donation. We'll probably briefly pause in Ashley to see how this storm is moving away from the boundary further to the south and west. Usually we're a lot more aggressive with this, but I don't want to see the storm to our north that we just core punched decide to get its act together and then we abandoned it.
Oh yeah, there's some ponding coming into Clark Range.
Stop right here briefly, take a peek. This thing goes severe warning to our east. I'll probably start going east. I like the way that base looks behind us, guys. It definitely looks good. Call Corey real quick. Are you up? Ooh, this is the end. Across the state line, yeah.
15 miles up to Jamestown, and we should be just south of that rainfall max.
Yeah, that I see your spotter dot. That one to your west is the one that I'm looking at. The spot's across the state line. Yeah, I'm watching it because if they do severe warning, I'm gonna go after it. It's a little more isolated. This one to the southwest, I like it, but it's looking very outflow down there. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm sure it still produces good stuff, but I don't know. I'd like to stay on something that likely has at least a little bit more tornado potential. Yeah. Yeah, I just got the next update. It's still saying 1-inch hail. For some odd reason, every warning I've seen from the Weather Service in northern Indiana, well, now there's finally one that says golf balls, but almost every single one of them had said 2-inch hail when it was like a week before, and I'm like, why? The base of this thing actually looks pretty nice from my perspective. It does look pretty good. No wall cloud right now, but it's still got an inflow layer feeding into it, and I don't know, it looks good. The base definitely looks good. Surface base, that's for sure. It's definitely classic supercell structure. Yeah, I'm sitting here in Ashley, so I'm gonna sit here for probably another scan or two, and if it gets its act together, then I'm gonna just blast east after it. Because I was gonna go all the way down to Waterloo and take 6, but because I want to keep an eye on that storm to the southwest. But after all is said and done, if this storm up north actually can get its act together, I think that one would have a little bit better of a potential to produce tornadoes. So that's the only real discrete one right now. Right. Yeah, I know. I don't know what the heck happened because it had a nice little couplet and everything, and then it's like I don't know if there was an area of interest, or not interest, but a different area that exploded further to the west that just sucked up the inflow region or what, but it definitely downtrended, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me right now. Right. Yeah, I'm still sitting pretty close, but I'm in Ashley right now waiting for it to try and get its act together, see if it goes warned or anything like that. It's still looking good. It's got a good shape to it and everything. It's just not... It needs time, so we'll see what happens, but I wanted to at least touch base with you. We'll see. That base is really trying to get its act together, so I'll probably end up going east shortly, honestly. Yeah, the base is looking better. It's still very flat on the bottom. Flat on the bottom, and it looks like some scuds starting to rise from the bottom of the base on the eastern side. So there's a little bit of hope. Oh, it's definitely surface based. Yeah, it's 100% surface based. So it's got a good inflow, some clouds feeding in from the southeast, and then it's got the flanking line that's formed to the southwest of it. So, I mean, everything's there for classic structure. It looks like it's trying to develop a wall cloud now. obviously not organized, but now there's a lot more rising scud in the base right there, and trying to form into something. So, and of course, they just extended that severe thunderstorm warning all the way to the Ohio state line now for the other one. Well, thankfully, the position I'm in, if I want to go poke that one to the south, I've got time here. I can probably give this one another 5-10 minutes and then move east. So, we'll see what happens here. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. If you see anything, just let me know. Give me a shout. All right, see ya. Bye. Cindy Adams, a big old move for you. Thank you so much for your PayPal donation. All right, guys, the north side of Fort Wayne is now in a severe thunderstorm warning. I am trying to play devil's advocate and sit between these two areas, but it looks like the north side of Fort Wayne might end up being the area of more interest right now. So everybody be sure to smoosh that like and subscribe button. I'm trying to sit here and wait to see if this storm further just to our north that we have on camera right now, if that's going to get its act together or not, or if it's going to just be this little cell that really doesn't do anything. So we've got the option to go south if we choose to, which I might take soon just for safety's sake. Because if that storm up to the north decides to get its act together, then I can blast east on 6. You know what? I'm going to do that. We're going to go south a little bit right now, guys. Wait for this car to pass, then we'll go south. Just to be safe, we're not going to dedicate ourselves to the southern storm, but to be in position in case it really does decide to get itself together. Trying to keep both targets in play right now is the real key thing. I'm gonna laugh if this stuff doesn't form as predicted, completely misses the Toledo area. Line to the south isn't really losing its punch, it's more too close to the radar to get a good eyes on it. So yes, if you guys live anywhere north of Fort Wayne, be ready for this severe thunderstorm warning storm to be coming into your area. Greg just sent me a picture of the storm just off to our north, and it looks like it's developing a wall cloud. We're continuing south. As this storm approaches I-69, we could see winds in excess of 70 miles an hour. I mean, we're pushing 70 mile an hour wind gusts already within this line. Yeah, the cell near the state line, that one's my secondary target right now. It looks very good. Corey sent me a good picture of it. Lightning is definitely on the uptick in this storm too, so we're probably going to go south of Auburn a little ways on 69 here and wait for it. Looks like it's trying to get an inflow region too. David, thank you so much. A big old move for you. Oh, lightning. Ooh, I like the front of this storm. Look at the base on it, guys. You see that base? Cute lashes, if I got that right. A big old move for you for your super chat too. Thank you so much. We only have to get 200 more subscribers to hit that 70,000 mark. So thank you guys all so much for smooshing that like and subscribe button. We're gonna get off around the next exit and take a peek at the storm. I don't know if we'll do the next exit or the exit after. I don't think there's an exit after for a while until you get to Fort Wayne. So we'll probably get off next exit or so. Oh yeah, that storm is looking mean over there. I'll get off here in a mile. Yeah, it was very difficult to leave for today's chase. Cooper was not happy that Dad had to go to work. Man, this thing does look mean. But it's beautiful. The structure on this thing, wow. Getting off at exit 326 now here near the town of Garrett. It's starting to get a little bit of kink on it too, which may be an inflow notch. There is potentially, there is the potential for this thing to try and produce a quick spin-up tornado, but I'm not too keen about it right now. Oh yeah, that's looking really mean down there. Wow, good bolt. Looks like we may have a developing wall cloud on the leading edge of this, guys. There is definitely an area of rotation down there, and it's very evident. Wow, the lightning coming out of this thing is incredible. Go south. Oh, I'll get hit 327 to go south. We may have a circulation trying to develop on the leading edge over there. We're near Garrett, Indiana right now, guys. Garrett, Indiana. Clouded ground lightning strikes are incredible. Wow. The CG's in this storm. This thing is intensifying rapidly. Wow. I'm gonna pull forward right here for a brief second. I want to clear off the lens on that camera real fast. My goodness, this lightning. This is some of the most intense lightning I've seen in quite some time. And it's all very, very close. Oh, it's getting a little bit of a couplet right next to us, guys. Show you guys real quick. A very small couplet is developing right next to us. Right next to us. Very little couplet. That explains the uptick in lightning, though. Over here briefly. Oh my gosh. Listen to this. We got a wall cloud with the lowering forming right in front of us, guys. Fix this. I need to fix it now. Wall cloud right about to cross the road in front of us, guys. Got the area of rotation about to cross right in front of us. Area of rotation is now passing to our southeast. We're going to go back north and east to keep up with it now. Flip around real quick. Actually, we'll keep an eye on it here for a second longer. Wow! Jeez. Cone funnel, is that a funnel? It's in the area of rotation. It's definitely a funnel. Tickle, tickle. It's definitely lowering over there. I'm going to stay here for another minute or so, and then we're going to have to get going because we're about to get caught up in the core. Once the core hits, we're going to lose all visibility. We got to get back up to 60 and then east. My goodness. ripping in there now. It's definitely ripping. Alright guys, we're gonna blast south right now. South and east. We got the winds hitting now. Oh, big time winds. Oh shoot, I hope that wasn't the road. It probably was. Trees, limbs, and branches flying everywhere right now. Oops, no, it's not this one. It should be a bigger intersection. Big time winds coming in. Hail in there. We might lose signal briefly, guys. Stay with me. Are you gonna go? No. Oh, big time winds. Look at this, guys. Strong wind in here. Big tree branches. Branches are flying like crazy right now. Got branches flying everywhere. Big branches coming down right now, guys. Wow! All coming down right now on the car. Big branches. That thump you guys heard was one hitting the car. Trying to get back out ahead of this now. Wow! Crossing over 69 right now, guys. Crossing over 69 right now. My goodness, it's like a whiteout right now. Trying to, I don't know what they're doing. I can't go because these cars are here. Everybody's turning here. That's not going to help me at all. Oh my gosh, I can't get through this intersection. It's ridiculous. Now I can't. It's probably the other car coming to the left. I'm not messing with that. Starting to get its act together a little bit better now. They did put a tornado possible tag on this storm. a lot of water. Put myself in pursuit mode.
Okay, as you can see, everybody's in a bad coverage zone right now. Reed has been there for a while, but he did just send me, was able to, over time, send out some videos of some pretty crazy flooding. Can't see anything, but so he could gradually send those, but he's not able to stream right there at the moment. And as you can see, Brandon is stalling out, so here we are. Maybe Brandon's coming back here. He's up top here. There's no longer a tornado warning on that storm. As you see above me, there's no red box just yet, but there were a couple red boxes up there. That's a tornado warning. They're not there anymore. But anyway, he's back in it. So let's go to him. tough day for coverage all over the place here. But let me go large again. I thought I made a mistake a second ago saying there were no tornado warnings, but there are some in Canada. They're just not showing up on this one. These storms over here do have tornado warnings in Canada on this app, but you see we don't have them. Is Reed coming back? Oh my gosh. In a minute. Not his fault, of course, but just a really rough area. Right, and the Wyoming one. Thank you, chat. There's a tornado warning right there. We're over here. Stand by really quickly, guys. I'm gonna put Reed up. Let's see if we get lucky. Okay, guys, I'm jumping in here because it just seems like Reed is in a really bad area, and he has transitioned into flash flood mode right now, and so that's usually in kind of one area, and his coverage changes a lot. He's out of the car a lot during that. So because he's been in a bad coverage area for so long, and it seems like he's going to be there for quite a while, getting some pretty awesome footage. We are going to end up wrapping this up here, our stream. You could jump over to Brandon Kopic's stream if you want to see how he's doing with the rest of his chase up here. But this is, it's been a tough stream, and we apologize. We do everything we can for connectivity. We appreciate you guys being here with us this afternoon. If you're in these areas with severe storms, and even behind them in these green boxes, really do pay attention to the flash flooding and the severe storms. Flash flooding is extremely dangerous, so heed the warnings. Yeah. It was a messy day, right? And it kind of happens sometimes at this point of the year. So we will keep you informed the next time we're streaming. Again, you saw the store is finally opening up. So I'm working on that. Stay tuned. I always feel weird wrapping it up without Reed if we get one of these situations, but it's kind of unavoidable. But anyway, thank you very much to the moderators. Thanks to everybody who joined today. And yes, Reed is the GOAT. He's the man. We just wish we could be with him right now, but one of those days. So thanks, everybody. We will see you soon, and never stop chasing. Take care, guys.